This is a very serious endeavor. This is a very serious endeavor. This is absolutely a test flight.
That'll be the first time we'll have 4 crew members seeing the far side of the moon together.
We're at the point now where we are ready to go fly.
If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
We've been training together for over 2.5 years now, and with that comes a closeness.
I'm driven by the spirit of exploration. There's just something about pushing the limits that really captures my passion.
This is the stuff we dreamed of when we were kids, and now it's becoming reality.
Artemis 2 is more than a mission to the moon and back. It is the next step on the journey that gets humanity to Mars.
We explore because curiosity runs through our veins. It's the age-old question of what's out there.
We do research on the International Space Station because it provides a very unique and novel environment that we cannot replicate here on Earth.
Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX.
Crew 12 will live and work on board the International Space Station for a duration of 8 months.
We will be doing a wealth of scientific experiments ranging from physiology and medical experiments to radiation, material science type experiments, deploying small satellites, you name it. Really, every aspect of science is represented in the work that we do on the International Space Station.
It's important to push the boundaries of what's possible. If we're just satisfied with what we have, we're never going to create the technology to make our lives better.
You're looking live at Launchpad 39B, where in just a few days, NASA's Artemis II crew will lift off to begin their journey around the moon. Good morning and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center for our Artemis II Crew News Conference. The crew is joining us virtually today from astronaut crew quarters, and we'll begin taking questions shortly. But before we get started, I'll toss it over to the crew for some opening remarks. Reed, take us away.
Thanks, Courtney. It's great to hear your voice. Great to see the rocket on the television. I know we're here at the Kennedy Space Center, and every chance we can, we're going out to Pad 39B and just looking at that amazing vehicle that this incredible team has put together. I'll hand it over to Victor.
Good morning. It's great to see you virtually and looking forward to answering all your questions.
Good morning, everyone. Things are certainly starting to feel real here at the Cape. Our families joined us yesterday, and we had a chance to be on the pre-test brief for the actual starting of the launch countdown. So we're excited to be a part of all that, and we're excited to share with you today.
It's really cool feeling right now. We're just down the hall. Our spacesuits. Since we got here, we've done a dress rehearsal, if you will, getting into the suits. And with the families arriving yesterday, pretty special to take them out to the pad, show them the rocket in the daylight, and then again all lit up in its spectacular beauty at night. So back to you, Courtney.
Thank you all. We'll go ahead and begin our Q&A portion of this news conference. Our first question comes from Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. Irene, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We have you loud and clear.
Great, thank you. My question is for Reed and Victor. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think either one of you had an opportunity to do any manual flying on your Soyuz and Dragon flights, respectively, and I wanted to just ask a little bit about the Proxox demo that you're going to be doing. If you can describe in some detail who is going to be doing what part of that exercise and what you are expecting the manual control of Orion to be like. Thanks.
Well, I'll answer the first part of that with, on the Soyuz, we have to do a hand controller checkout and a thruster checkout when we first get to space, and the Russian commander always does that from the center seat. But in the left seat, I was right next to our translational hand controller by my right knee, and Max Sarayev looked over at me and winked and was like, go ahead and just give it a tap. So I have flown a spaceship manually, and I can tell you it's pretty awesome. Victor, talk about our pod.
It's actually a really important evolution. You know, we have to make sure that the Artemis 3 and 4 missions have this capability, and so we are essentially going to make sure that the vehicle flies the way that we think it does, that we designed it to do. And so we're going to not only fly the vehicle manually, we're going to, execute the 6 degrees of freedom, so translating forward, backwards, left, right, up, and down, and then also being able to rotate pitch, yaw, roll, and pitch on roll. But we also want to give, qualitative and quantitative feedback to the ground team. So letting them know what it feels like now that we can hear and feel the thrusters, and to just understand the human experience. And so one really interesting thing that's going to happen during the proximity operations demo, where we're going to start out probably beyond 100 meters and get all the way in as close as 10 meters at some points in the demo, is to give them feedback, so verbal feedback. And so we're actually going to switch seats. Reed is going to launch in seat 1, I'm going to launch in seat 2, but we're going to take our suits off, and then we're going to get back into each other's seats, and he's going to run the procedure while I fly the vehicle primarily, but I'm also going to put my communication system, actually his communication system, on voice activation, so I can just talk to the ground continuously, and so the ground team can hear from the crew. It's really a crew experience to fly that vehicle, but to give them feedback on essentially, hey, this flies like the simulator, or this is how it's very different from the simulator, so that we can verify and validate the models for training the later crews.
I want to add one thing. I just want to add to the end of that is it is Victor in C1 and I will be in C2, but this is a crew activity through and through. And so Christina will be floating right to Ike's left, to Victor's left. She is really in charge of the timing discipline and the procedural discipline, maintaining the big picture to make sure we get through this safe. And if we have any off nominal, she is right there with all of our off nominal steps to get us back on track. And then Jeremy will be floating just to my right, and he is always watching the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. If anything goes wrong with that stage out the window or on the displays, he's ready to call a back way and get us back into a safe configuration. So it's all four of us at the controls for that evolution.
I have one more thing. And, grabbed the wrong mic. But I wanted to add that, of course, ProxOps is really exciting because we are practicing the rendezvous. We get within 10 meters of our upper stage rocket. It's amazing. But there will be another activity where we manually pilot the vehicle on one of our cruise days. So you can stay tuned for that as well.
Okay, our next question is from Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Hey guys, it's great to see you all again. Tech show speaker, it's great to see you again. My question is absolutely non-technical. You know, the other night I was picking up some takeout food from Tai Tai in Cape Canaveral, and it was a crystal clear night, and I was looking up at the moon, and I don't normally think this way. I don't like the moon. I'm an amateur astronomer. I like it out of the sky so I can see the dim stuff. But I kept thinking about you guys saying, I couldn't imagine actually going there. You know, I was trying to picture that in my mind as I was looking at the moon. So I hate to make this a long question, but I mean, could a couple of you just talk about it? You're bound to do the same thing, look up and have some thoughts. What are your thoughts as people who see the moon as a destination, not just a bright globe in the sky? Thanks.
So yesterday we spent some time with our geology team lead, Kelsey, just going over the plan, and depending on which launch day we launch in this window, you know, how that changes. But looking at some of the details that we're going to be examining and the things that they're interested in, specifically different colors or just different shades, variations in the albedo of the moon. They're very interested. We look at it from different angles and different lighting. And so we look at it with sort of under this microscope all the time. And then every once in a while, I step back sort of like you did last night and just look at it. And I really feel like, gosh, that is really far away. And it just gives me great appreciation for it. In the night sky, I've spent a lot more time looking at it through binoculars in my backyard, sharing that with my family. We've got the binoculars here, and hopefully we'll get some clear skies. They weren't last night, but for us, but hopefully we'll get some clear skies and some good viewing. But the other thing we've focused on quite a bit as a crew is just listening to other people's perspectives on the moon and how different cultures look at the moon. And when we go back, honoring just how humanity, we all share this same moon in the sky, but honoring humans around the world and how they revere the moon. That's really important to us.
I have one thing.
Yeah.
Bill, one of the things you said right at the end of your question was, how do we feel as the people that can call the moon the destination, a destination, not just something we're looking at? And it is our strong hope that this mission is the start of an era where every person on Earth can look at the moon and think of it as also a destination.
Our next question is from Jonathan Seary with Fox News.
Thank you so much for taking the time, to the entire crew. This question is for anyone who'd like to talk about space medicine. What excites you most about what you'll be able to study beyond low Earth orbit, and how will it inform future deep space missions?
I'll start with, it's going to be a touch off topic, but the camera that Artemis 3 will take and Artemis 4 will take to the surface of the moon is going to be a Z9 by Nikon, and we fought pretty hard to get just that camera on board to see what is the radiation environment in deep space going to do to the sensors on that particular camera so that we can learn about that. We have science experiments on board that are going to be looking at our own cells in our body and also on little test kits, so we'll be able to compare that when we get back. We have radiation sensors in the vehicle that are going to be monitoring the radiation environment for the entire ride out and back. And then we also are going to go into, most likely if we launch on the 1st or 2nd, we'll go into an eclipse period, which will be very stressing for the power and thermal systems on our spacecraft. There's not really a scientific benefit there, but it's a huge payoff to our modeling and what we're going to look at for Artemis 3 and 4. I'll see if anyone else wants to talk some of the details.
Just wanted to add that, one of the things that the future Artemis missions are going to do is actually to work on the surface of the moon. And so we also have a fantastic team of exercise folks and operational psychologists that we're going to get to talk to. And even though this mission is not going to the surface, we are starting some of the processes that we think are going to help them be successful physically, emotionally, and mentally in getting ready for surface work.
Great.
Our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, good morning, all. Reed, I'd like to ask you to reflect a bit on your role as mission commander. I imagine you may have to make some final calls or tough calls during potentially challenging moments of this flight. Just talk about how you prepare for this job and that responsibility. Thank you so much.
I say it every time I get asked this question. I'm flying with Victor, Christine, and Jeremy. We have the best crew that you could put together from NASA and the Canadian Space Agency here. So we really have broken down the specifics of this mission across all four of us. There are times when I have responsibility. There is times when others have the direct responsibility. But at the end of the day, every ship needs a captain, and I'm ready to make those decisions. But I'm not making them in a vacuum. I can just watch my crewmates here. I know their facial expressions. They know mine. We know when we're tense. We know when an immediate decision needs to be made. But the biggest thing that we try to remind ourselves every single time we fly, we say, no fast hands in the cockpit. You do not want to do anything too quick in this vehicle. You need to take your time. You need to process everything. Almost always it pays bigger dividends to move forward than to go backwards. So no fast hands in the cockpit. We're going to go slow, and we have the ultimate trust in each other. And that's how we will get through this.
Our next question is from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. At the very top, Christina said it's beginning to feel real. For the first couple of sets of launch opportunities, you didn't even get down here. So I was wondering if you could just sort of describe how you feel being quarantined in Kennedy, seeing a rocket on the launch pad, and the weather forecast looks good. It looks promising. Thank you.
It's great to be here. I think everyone in the crew office loves coming to Kennedy Space Center. It's kind of like, pilots love to be out at the airfield and see airplanes, and so a place where space missions start and some finish is a pretty special place. But it is also just neat to be here with this team that has really crushed it. The exploration ground systems, the folks that have gotten the vehicle ready and repaired the things that need fixing, and to watch them really maintain that schedule and to get that rocket into the VAB and back out to the pad. It's also good to be out here with them and to share some time with them. We spent a lot of time working with our team back in Houston, the flight control and engineering teams that have helped us analyze and proceduralize this mission. And so now it's cool to be out here with the team that's has been maintaining and preparing the rocket, and it's good to see it. And every day that we're here is the first time that we're doing this, and so we are exploring on this timeline as well, and it does feel good.
I want to add one thing. I want to add one quick thing to just remind everyone, this is a test flight. This is the first time we're going to try this. This is the first time we're loading humans on board. And I will tell you, the four of us, we are ready to go. The team is ready to go, and the vehicle is ready to go. But not for 1 second do we have an expectation that we are going. We will go when this vehicle tells us it's ready and when the team is ready to go. So we might go out to the pad and we might have to try again a few more times, and we are 100% ready for that.
Our next question is from Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Good morning. Thank you so much for taking our questions. There are so many firsts here for this mission. The first commander of a return manned mission to the moon, the first black man, the first woman, the first Canadian to visit the moon. What do these firsts mean to each of you?
It's a great question. It's one that we do think about it a lot. We always say that we are not doing this for the superlatives. We're doing this because it's a unique opportunity. We are going for all and by all. This is what NASA embodies. This is what the space program around the world embodies, and we are proud to be a part of that journey. I think what's neat to me about that question is each one of the four of us, we carry a whole lifetime of experiences and perspectives. And when you get us together and we're in a geology class looking at the moon, you really start to see those all come out. Like the way I was raised as a child is different than the way they were raised, the different influences on our lives, different mentors, different heroes, different interests. And all those differences start to come out in the way we view the science objectives of the mission, and they come out in the way we view the technical hardware. So honestly, for me, it's just an honor to get to watch the way everybody brings their unique perspectives.
It is a big question, and I want to highlight, I guess, maybe one facet of this is the tension, I call it. I live in this, this dichotomy between happiness that a young woman can look at Christina and just physicalize her passion or her interest, or even if it's not something she wants to do, she can just be like girl power, and that's awesome. And that young brown boys and girls can look at me and go, hey, he looks like me and he's doing what? And that's great. I love that. But I also hope we are pushing the other direction, that one day we don't have to talk about these first, that one day this is just, and I listen to this, that this is the human history. It's about human history. It's the story of humanity, not black history, not women's history, but that it becomes human history.
Everything I've heard from my crewmates really resonates. Thank you guys for those amazing words. Something to add is that although it is something to celebrate, a bunch of firsts, that's definitely not necessarily telling the whole story. And it's also not about celebrating any one individual. If there is something to celebrate, it's that we are at a time when everyone who has a dream gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And we're at a time where we recognize the importance of, if we are not going for all and by all, we aren't truly answering all of humanity's call to explore. That, to me, is what's worth celebrating.
There's so much here, and all of that really resonates deeply with me. Something maybe slightly different from my perspective is what you're seeing here is, yes, a Canadian is going to go into deep space, and that's an extraordinary thing because of the American space leadership that curated that. But I hope others outside of Canada feel part of this too, because this is just an acknowledgement of anybody who shows up and is able to contribute something meaningful to our future endeavors can be part of this mission. And so I hope the Commonwealth feels or sees himself in this mission. I hope all the international partnerships see themselves flying on this mission, because they truly are. And it's just been an extraordinary journey for me. It's kind of broadened my perspectives as an astronaut too. I'm wearing a Canadian patch here that was designed by an Anishinaabe artist in Canada, and it just represents some of the beauty of Indigenous culture and their perspective on the moon and the 7 sacred laws, and just the richness of doing something together and how inviting that is. It's shocking to me, but pleasantly surprising how many people show up and are going on the mission with us. It's not just 3 Americans and a Canadian. It is people literally around the world, and it's a beautiful thing. And we're going to go do something very real, very challenging, and that's what will make it inspiring.
Our next question is from Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Hello, all. It's good to see you again. Going back to the point about preparation versus expectation, the TLI burn is really the big moment that sets you on the course towards the moon. But Christina, you mentioned that there may be the possibility for a U-turn, return after that point. So I wonder, can you talk about what is truly the point of no return once you're heading towards the moon? When is the last moment that you can say, if there is an issue, we're going to, swing it all back to Earth, and what that actually entails? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. We do live in a world of preparation without expectation. We're ready to go. We're also ready to stay. And yes, that includes all the way even past TLI. There's a saying in the astronaut office that you can't say you're going to space until after MECO, main engine cutoff. For us, you can't say you're going to the moon until basically the mission's over. Well, there is actually a technical answer to your question, and it involves our spacesuits, because our suits are not only suits, they are survival systems. They have been designed to keep us alive in the case of a cabin leak for up to 144 hours, 6 days. And what that means is the entire mission, including our abort options, have also been designed around that 6-day mark. So as long as we can get back in 6 days, we can take an abort option, we could continue around the moon. So that's really, I think, the more technical answer to your question.
Our next question comes from Charlotte Cosett with AFP.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to answer questions. My question was about the final hours before launch. I wanted to know, how will you spend those hours before launch and the day itself? Do you have any personal or team rituals to help you stay focused or relaxed?
You know, it is actually a very long day. We wake up about 8 hours before launch, and there's a pretty tight schedule of things to get out there, some of which you're going to see when we walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility crew quarters and come out of that elevator that you've seen crews come out of for years. That's amazing to be here and get to do that. But that day, it's because that schedule is so tight. You know, there is not a lot of time for like personal rituals, I would say. But before I fly an airplane, I generally say a very short prayer. And then I try to send my family a note to tell them that I love them. And so one of the neat things about this is a tradition we started is our families are outside the building when we walk out. And so that is the moment that I'm going to get to tell them I love them instead of sending a text message or a phone call. I get to tell them I love them, and then I'll still say my prayer before we all get into the vehicle. And then that way I can focus on that timeline and making sure that the launch control team is not waiting on us, the crew.
Our next question comes from Christopher Mick with Hudson Star Observer.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the question, and best of luck to all of you on this upcoming mission. I wanted to ask a little bit on a procedure during your training you've encountered that's been the most difficult to kind of simulate on your Earth-based simulators that you're kind of looking forward to or hoping to get some data back that'll be helpful on orbit or in space, to yourself and the future Artemis crews.
I think Christina will take the second half of this. One thing that we really have realized, I love this question. It actually got us thinking. But one thing that we have noticed is that as we go through all, this is a first flight. And not every procedure, to the best of our verification method, it's sound, it's 100% ready to go. We should be able to run that procedure without any misgivings. But we have found that this is a first flight, and basically every time we send a command to this vehicle, we take ownership of this vehicle, we have to think about what we are doing right now. So as we're running through these procedures, we have to be thinking at all times, every single step, what are we doing, what are we asking of the vehicle, and what is it telling us in response? And then we also have had to build a tremendous amount of communication and trust with our mission control team in Houston. 3 of us have flown on the International Space Station. We have operated with mission control for months, if not years of our lives. We know how this process works. But this mission in a small, highly dynamic spacecraft, it is different. And working through that process of how we're making decisions to move forward in this flight has been a really neat thing. And there's been give and take. There's been things that our flight directors, Jeff Radigan, Judd, and Rick have given to us, and there have been things that we have given to them. And as we have built out this entire team, it just feels really good. We all know each other, and we're all ready to take on this challenge.
I'll throw out a couple salient examples of moments. I think the first that comes to mind is rendezvous and proximity operations, our test for that, our pod, we call it. And we've talked a lot about that, won't go into detail, but all of our simulators, we have ones that have very high fidelity volumetrically, we have ones that have very high fidelity flight software-wise, we have ones that have very high fidelity views out the window. We don't have a motion simulator, and I don't think even if we did, we could really know how the vehicle will respond. So that's one we got to test in space. Another that comes to mind is the flyby, looking at the moon. What will it actually look like through our eyes, through the windows of Orion. That is something we're all really looking forward to. And some of the other big ones are our life support systems. We will be venting the carbon dioxide that's removed from our breathing atmosphere inside the vehicle the entire mission. That was not done on Artemis 1, and it does have some effects on our navigation and guidance. So we'll have to get to space to really see how that affects the vehicle. And if I'm going to say a fourth, I'm going to go with the exercise device, because it is a very small spacecraft and not all of us are very small. And when one person exercises in there, it will be very interesting to see how that affects the rest of the spacecraft, what we can do while that's going on. Does it keep our solar arrays safe enough with all that dynamic motion? There's a lot to learn there. And so many things are new. Those are kind of the big ones that none of our simulators can adequately address on the ground.
Can I add one? Just one real quick thing too. Just we have a fantastic training team that has helped us to get to this point. But also, I want to just put a plug in for training systems like simulators. One thing, it's not a procedure, but across all of the training, the ability to stop and restart a simulator or run it fast to get to a certain point, that has been something that has been a challenge and something I think we're going to have to really push on and do better in the future missions.
Our next question comes from Jackie Waddles with CNN.
Hi, folks. Thanks for doing this. Good to talk to you again. Quick question for Victor, a kind of follow-up on Irene's question. I understand, like, during these prox ops, you'll be evaluating the craft on the Cooper-Harper rating scale. I'd love if you can tell us a little bit about what that is, and if you have an idea going into this of how you'll be rating the vehicle, or if you're expected to be surprised. And then, since you'll all be involved in prox ops, I also wanted to ask, I think I understand this correctly, that there won't be rangefinders, so you'll be doing some kind of analog calculations here. I'd love to just hear a little bit about how you guys are going to coordinate on that and what you're expecting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Christina reminded me we don't have a whole lot of time because I love talking about this. So we will be using the modified Cooper-Harper scale. Cooper and Harper wrote this report about how to evaluate aircraft, and it's a great report. It's actually not super long, so you may want to reference that to get some of the points out. But you get a number out of it. It's a scale that starts with is the situation controllable, and then you go through, is it adequate, it's suitable. Do you get just the minimum performance, or do you get the desired performance? And it's essentially a scale. The lower the number, 1 is better, and 9 is not good, not controllable. And the pilot comments, the things that the people say, are the other data. So you get a number and then the comments from the crew. And that's why I think it's really important, even though I'll be a hot mic, I think all 4 of us making comments about what we see, hear, feel, because it's an integrated system, is going to be one very important part. And you touched on something that's very important, and I think is a huge statement of trust from the agency to this crew, is we will not have a range finder. There's no data that tells us the range between us and ICPS. We will be using subtended angles, how big the upper stage looks out the window or through a camera. And so we are the primary hazard avoidance system, these eyes and our assessment of how close we are. And we've been training for that for years. Actually, before we started official training, we were doing human-in-the-loop tests for this demo, and so we've been able to get lots of practice doing that.
Sometimes the simplest stuff is the best.
Our next question is from Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hey, thanks guys for doing this. Victor, I'm really fascinated by that description you just gave right there, and I had a quick follow-up. Can you just explain why it's so important for crews to get into manual controls for these types of spacecraft, kind of in an age where everything's automated these days? And then for the whole crew, real quick, I just had a broader question that you guys have probably been asked a billion times, but why is the U.S. going back to the moon, and why, as folks in D.C. will say, why is it important for the U.S. to get there first before other countries? Thanks.
Yes, I'll take the easy flying question and then pass it on to my awesome crewmates. So, I'll put it in terms of, something we're seeing around the metroplexes around the country, these automated taxis and self-driving vehicle services. You see, before they're allowed to operate autonomously, they have a driver sitting in the front seat. And sometimes they're just a safety observer. They're there to make sure that the thing doesn't go off the rails, or, take the construction and just decide that it's going to divide by zero and plow through the intersection or something, or that it can actually distinguish red and green and stop when it's supposed to stop and go when it's supposed to go. It's kind of like that. We want the automated systems to work, but we also want a crew to be able to jump in and to, you're not always going to manually dock, but you may need to manually stop a docking that is not going well and be able to get to a safe, holding point. And so we want to make sure that this system is ready and it can control the vehicle the way we expect it to, so that we can be comfortable letting an automated docking happen on the future more complex missions. And that if something does go wrong, I mean, if you study software statistics, you'll see that automation is not always the answer. It is fallible, just like humans are, in different ways. And so we need to be able to interrupt. Even if we don't do the operation by hand, we need to be able to stop it safely. And that's one of the things that we're testing, is that we can back away from the upper stage in the way that we predicted.
I can get started, but I think we should all answer a little bit. The question about the why of this mission, there are so many different ways that you can answer that. There's the industrial benefits, there's the commercial benefits, scientific, technology, innovation, inspiration, and I hope that we talk a little bit about those as a crew. I'll also just mention that high level, really the question is not should we go, but should we lead or should we follow? That's how I see it, because everyone, many countries have recognized the value that there is in exploring further into the solar system, to the moon and onto Mars. They've recognized that not only can we gain all these extremely tangible benefits, but that we have the opportunity to answer the question that could be the question of our lifetime, which is, are we alone? When we go out and meet people, people ask that all the time. Have you seen evidence of this? What can we learn? And the fact is that answering that question starts at the moon. The moon is a witness plate to our entire solar system's formation. It's a stepping stone to Mars, where we might have the most likelihood of finding evidence of past life. But it's also a Rosetta Stone for how other solar systems form. All the billions of other solar systems in our galaxy, where we've seen from some of our other telescopes like Kepler that there are planets orbiting other suns. All of this starts to unlock when you go to the moon, and for me, that's one of the most important scientific reasons to go.
And we don't have to answer, right? Christina, that was amazing. I guess I'll just add the only thing that kept coming to my mind there, and let me see if I can relate it back. Maybe this will be a swing and a miss, but we just ate breakfast together. We were laughing most of the time. I was actually crying, and one of the jokes is just so funny. But I brought a little map of Antarctica to breakfast this morning, and I just put it out on the table, and one of us has been there. One of us has wintered over at the South Pole. Christina has. And I've never been to Antarctica. And just sitting there at breakfast for just 5 minutes, listening to her talk about her experiences when she stands at the South Pole of planet Earth, it's just white all the way around. As far as it's just white, perfectly white, because there's no mountain to block your view. There's just white that reaches out to the horizon. And then she was talking about how she would go down to McMurdo Station for resupply ships and setting up science experiments. And all of a sudden, I was imagining being there. I was imagining seeing what she was seeing. I was imagining feeling the cold, feeling the sun, seeing all the different views that she was seeing. And the only reason all that was unlocked is because I was talking to someone who had been there. And I think at the end of the day, we have got humanity's call is to go explore and to go do these things, and then to share them with the world and to motivate. We might motivate 10 kids to go do something great. We might motivate one kid to go do something great. And that's a success to me. Thanks.
Our next question is from Ryan Catton with NASAspaceflight.com.
Hi everyone, thanks for your time. I know it's busy as we get to the pointy end of the count here, but I'm really interested to see if any of you have any, talking to the geology earlier on, if any of you have any specific features of the moon which you're most excited or most technically interested to spot out of the window. Is there anything you're especially looking out for, or is it just, the entire moon? I suppose it is the entire moon, but, thanks.
I'll start if anyone wants to add. There's what's interesting about this launch window is depending on which day we launch, it really changes what we're going to see on the far side of the moon. In the early parts of this window, we're going to see an eclipse. So we'll see the sun go behind the moon. And this is something new that we just started learning about last week. How the scientists are amazing. the plan changes and they're like, okay, we thought we were going to go do this, but maybe we can do something else. And right away they came up with some instruction for us on how we can leverage this opportunity to look for things that they're interested on the moon, like lofting of dust is something that was observed by a couple of astronauts during Apollo, but there's no real documentation of it. And so this transport of lunar regolith around the moon is very interesting. Does it have to do with magnetic fields, or what is causing this? And so this provides an interesting opportunity to look at that, and also to look at the corona of the sun in a different way. And so we have been brushing up on how we're going to leverage this opportunity. There's a very short window. So that's pretty neat. As we come around the far side of the moon, no matter when we launch in this period, we will see part of the far side of the moon. And so Oriental is just this huge crater on the far side of the moon. I just learned last week, I didn't know this, you can see the edge of it from Earth. When the moon kind of rotates around a little bit in its orbit, it's tidally locked to the Earth, but you do see different sides of the moon a little bit more at certain times of the year. And so with telescopes, you can see the edge of this crater, but no one has ever seen this full crater on the far side of the moon. And so this would be really neat. I'm kind of excited to have a look at it. It's just enormous, super complex, and you could stare at it probably for hours.
You know, there's a report that one of the astronauts that went to the moon in the Apollo program wrote, Jack Schmidt, that he said about 3,000 miles is where you start to pick up the color, and then as you leave and go back beyond 3,000 miles, you start to lose the color. And so the scientists really are excited about getting these, 4 sets of human eyes, the best cameras in the universe, close to the moon. And so not any one specific thing, but just to be able to observe the moon and cosmic phenomena with human eyes up close, and to see things like the lunar regolith. We think of it as monochrome, or black and white or gray, and there's olivine, which is green, and pyroxene, which is gray or brown. And so we can get close to see some of those minerals in the regolith up there that add color, and that is one of the things that I'm really looking forward to, is being closer and seeing some of that detail.
I think the only thing I want to add very briefly is we think, I know I did when we started training for this mission, that we've been to the moon. Apollo was at the moon. They've seen the whole far side of the moon. But actually, it turns out there's about 60% of the far side, I think, that has never been seen by human eyes because of the lighting conditions. Apollo always wanted that light on the front side of the moon for their landing and launch capabilities. So as Jeremy said, when we see Oriental, human eyes have never seen that. Never seen that. We've seen it in satellite photos, but humans have never, ever seen that before. That's cool.
Our next question is from TJ Mascaro with the Epoch Times.
Good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time. Going back to preparations and expectations, the International Space Station has its entire life been about preparing humanity to go back to the moon and onto Mars and beyond. But it was always someday. Now it seems that someday is finally going to come. And so I was just wondering if you guys have felt any greater sense of immediate correlation between the work you did on station and now, and specifically if you could say any specific example of what you did during your missions on the space station that has come up and that you've kind of referenced during your training. And Jeremy, I know you haven't been there yourself, but maybe if there's anything that you witnessed while you were Capcom.
I kind of tuned out because I thought I wasn't going to have to answer this one, so maybe I'll go last.
We see the signs. As soon as you highlighted the International Space Station, I hope we all smiled. You see the signs of it everywhere. That is the platform that we have lived and worked on, and that is really our training base for the last several decades, 25 plus years, to get us venturing deeper into space, and now the time has come. I want to highlight, just in the last few weeks, the administrator has announced plans for moon base and has kind of reshuffled a little bit the Artemis architecture. And what that did is that fired us up. That gave us a lot of hope. We just changed our schedule last week to meet with our training team and the astronaut office to go through all the things that we want to feed forward into Artemis 3, training nuances, because all of a sudden the tempo has picked up and we are fired up. We're ready to go. We're ready to help that team. Our motto from day one has been help Artemis 3 succeed. And really, we're getting ready to see that. The toilet on board Orion is on the International Space Station. A lot of our suit parts have been tested on the International Space Station. Our CO2 scrubbing, the amine swing beds have all been tested on the International Space Station. So that system has been a great test bed for us moving forward. And all of us have had our hands on those. We have Capcommed. All of us are capsule communicators communicating with the crew on the International Space Station. And I was actually texting Jessica Meir this morning. She wrote back. She's really excited to talk to us on the loop. She's up on the International Space Station right now. So I feel like sometimes we think of the space station as really far away, and it is kind of unique that for us, we feel like the space station is just our friends up there, and it's a place that we've lived and worked, and it does not feel that far away for us. So it's really cool to highlight the great work of the International Space Station.
Okay, our next question is from Alexis Arango with WTMO.
Hi, question. What excites you most about NASA's visions for the sustained presence on the moon, and how does it feel to know that you are helping lay the foundation for everything that comes next?
I feel like I'm talking too much. There's one of my favorite inscriptions in the U.S. Capitol is inscribed in some wood in one of the subcommittee rooms, and it says, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." And I think about that all the time. And sometimes you need solid technical foundations. You need companies like Blue Origin, SpaceX. You need Lockheed, Boeing. All these companies are out there right now doing amazing things, and we have a lot of smaller companies that are successfully landing on the surface of the moon, and that is all going to pick up. At the end of the day, it takes courageous leadership to go and set a vision, a bold vision. Kennedy did it in the 60s, and we reaped huge rewards, and we feel like we're at the cusp of this happening again on an international stage. And so I think, to me, that's the thing. That's the thing that feels right now, is there is a vision, and it is a workable vision. We have the budget, we have the capability, and right now, for the first time in human history, we have a diverse industrial base around this world that can actually enact and enable this mission and turn these dreams into reality.
I'll add something too that really resonates with me, and that is, when you have a program, you have to be willing to adapt when you learn new things. And so it's, when you make a change, it's not that something before was wrong or that we failed. It's just like in your own life. You have to be willing to learn and adapt and then take what you have in that moment. And so I feel like often people interpret the change as something was broken or it's failed. No, I mean, we've been training the system, all these companies that have been working on this, they've learned so much. It's like an apprenticeship program. We've learned a few things, and now we're going to adapt and we're going to move forward. And all around the world, everyone who's part of this program has the opportunity to adapt and lean into it and go just do the very best we can, which is super exciting. This is the stuff that fires us up, is to imagine like being in that era of the Mercury, Gemini, Apollo. When you look at the timelines of what they did, man, that's what we're capable of. And we're at a period right now where we can just lean into that and go after it. That's super powerful. And we're happy to do our small part, our small drop in the bucket, and then hand the baton on when we get back.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm very excited about the vision. All the things that you've heard, I 100% sign on to that. And I just want to say that I'm most excited about the leadership that is carrying that vision and sharing that vision. You know, our leader, Jared, Amit, we've got fantastic leadership at our center. Vanessa, the team that is making that vision a reality, all the way down to our flight operations team in Houston and the trainers. The people that are making that vision a reality are also equally inspiring.
Great.
And our final question today is from Brandy Campbell with Fox Weather.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for answering all of these questions. I just wanted to ask you guys what your mindset has been like since you arrived to Florida, knowing that the launch is coming in a few days. I just can't imagine being in your position and knowing what's ahead of me. So can you guys just share what's been going through your minds?
I think all four of us will answer, especially since this is the last question. This is an amazing place to be. I wish we could just walk the halls together here in the crew quarters. The folks in the kitchen that are cooking for us, their shirts are just covered in patches of previous missions. When you walk down the halls of this facility, you see names in foreign languages. You can just think about the different places that they were born, the lives they have lived, and the legacy that we're a part of. It is a really very special place. This is where humanity began reaching for the stars. And Christina and I have both launched from Russia, from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. So we just feel that huge international partnership. You really feel it when you're here. You can look around at the history and the legacy of it. And then it is surreal to jump in your car and drive out to Launchpad 39B and see this massive vehicle sitting there on the pad that has legacy all on its own. 39A and B, that's where we flew Apollo, that's where we flew shuttle. Our vehicle has parts that were flown on the space shuttle that have been reused, that have been repurposed. Our engines flew on space shuttles. Our booster segments have been reloaded and flew on space shuttles and were recovered. So it is, in a way, it's a glimpse into the past. And then when you see this vehicle on the pad, you look at the size of this vehicle and you know it's going one place. It is going to space, and it is going to go there in a hurry when those engines light. This thing is moving out. So it's surreal. I almost want to say, though, I just feel relaxed. It's good to be here. We've trained for this, and we're ready to go. Mike?
The two things that I feel are legacy, which Reed just really captured, so I won't even go more into that. But I will say the other one is just space or gray space, or protecting that relaxation, that headspace. My family arrived yesterday, and so now I'm not gonna sit in my room and just study. I'm actually going to just clear my headspace so that we're ready on launch day for that 10-day sprint. It's about protecting that, I think, and also the spending time with each other. Like Reed mentioned this morning at breakfast, we had fun, and so for me, it's just protecting that emotional headspace.
Yeah.
I feel a lot of what's been shared already, and something that has come to mind several times being here at Kennedy and actually living here prior to a launch is the time that I came here with my family when I was around 10 or 11, and I often cite that trip as what cemented my interest in the space program. I came home with a couple posters from the gift shop, and it had been a dream of mine ever since. So that's something I reflect on a personal level. Professionally, it is just about one foot in front of the other for me. I think of it as a train. We are on the train right now. The system is going to get us all the way into that capsule and is going to get us launched and out to space. And our job is just to do what we've been trained for and let the training take over. So just remembering that we're here to fulfill that mission, that is what contributes to what they say. And I found it to be true. The astronauts are the calmest people on launch day, and I feel that within our group ever since we've gotten here.
Something that's been crossing my mind, my parents, I know they arrived here last night. I won't see them till we get our behind the glass visit, obviously, because we're in quarantine, but as well as launch guests. So we've all got family and friends that are coming in, and then lots of people are just coming to watch. And something that's really neat is that I love about this place is the Atlantis display, the Space Shuttle Atlantis. Just extraordinary. So people that have the opportunity and the time to get over there and go have a look at that, it is just truly marvelous to see. And a special place for me as a Canadian to see the real Canadarm1. And it just reminds me of what you were talking about, vision of that we've had over decades that brought us to this point, just standing on the shoulders of giants. I always love to tell the story. Like, I can't imagine the courage of the people who thought, a robotic arm had never been done in space. And some Canadians, a group of Canadians said, yeah, we'll take that on. And it was the Americans who gave us that opportunity to supply it. But some people stepped up and said, yeah, it's never been done before, but we'll do it, and we'll even write Canada on the side. If it fails, it would have just been this enormous embarrassment. But it wasn't, of course, because they were resilient and they did all the things that the extraordinary team that behind us does, and they ultimately succeeded. And so if you have a chance, go see that. It's truly extraordinary. And for me personally, I feel like the others. We're well prepared. We're so fortunate to have an extraordinary team behind us that put us in a place where I just feel ready to go.
All right, before we wrap up today, we'd like to give the Artemis 2 crew a moment for any closing remarks. Go ahead.
It's hard to close this. It's hard to close this out. We really, I think we just need to close with I'll start with two words: gratitude and savor. We are savoring every minute of this, but I think our teams are savoring every minute of this, and I hope the world savors a little bit of this as well. And then gratitude. This is an international partnership. It is the whole world working together. We have traveled to every place that human hands have touched this vehicle along the journey. We've been over to Germany. We've been throughout Europe to see the teams that have put together our service module with the Airbus team there. We've been all across the United States where our engines have been built, where the boosters have been built, where the core stage has been built. Jeremy and I were there when our core stage rolled out and went on a barge in Michoud and floated its way over to Kennedy Space Center. We've talked to all these teams. We've seen how courageous they are, and we really just have gratitude for this entire international team that has put this vehicle together and this mission together, and we hope we can go out and inspire the world. Victor.
Just want to continue in gratitude. I want to first just acknowledge my gratitude to God, and to glorify God. You know, we get a lot of attention. People want to put our faces on everything and ask us all the questions, but I also want to just reflect a little bit of that back to where it really is rightfully deserved, back to God. And then to our families. You know, our families have been along for this entire journey, the third quarantine of this series, and all the years of training and the travel, and they're here now, and extended families are coming, and just the love and support. My favorite thing about Human Spaceflight, the love and support that the community shows you. And so we started it in gratitude, and I want to end in gratitude.
Premièrement, j'apprécie énormément le soutien extraordinaire de Canada. And second, just want to, on behalf of all Canadians, express our gratitude for Americans for bringing us along on this incredible journey to pursue exploration.
And I'll add to all the gratitude you've heard a word of congratulations. Congratulations to everyone who has contributed to this mission, to the entire campaign, indirectly, directly, through support, through sharing the message. Congratulations. You are about to make history, and more importantly, you're about to make the future. Over to you, Courtney.
All right, that'll wrap up our news conference today. To our Artemis 2 crew, we are so proud of you. We're rooting for you, and we can't wait to see all of the incredible things you'll accomplish on this mission. Next up in our series of briefings is our L-3 briefing coming up today at 2 p.m. Eastern, so we'll see you back here very shortly. And as always, you can keep up with all the latest mission news and events at nasa.gov. Thanks for joining.
At NASA, we have always answered the innate call to go.
With Artemis,
we are going to stay.
Proving that humanity
can live on the moon,
Mars, and other worlds,
and share the wonders of the solar system with all.
Our story is one of people.
All those who make this journey possible.
From advocates across communities,
to companies across industries,
to countries around the world,
we achieve this collective endeavor.
Our efforts create impact for all.
Technologies that revolutionize industries.
And jobs that bring prosperity to people.
The discoveries from space
benefit the way we live on Earth today.
And those from the moon
will create a better future
for generations to come.
But to do that,
we must go.
Hi, I'm Chell Lindgren. My name is Raja Chari.
Kayla Barron.
Kate Rubens.
Hi, I'm Christina Cook.
NASA astronaut Joe Acaba.
Jessica Amir.
Woody Hoberg.
Ann McClain.
Stephanie Wilson.
My name is Johnny Kim.
Nicole Mann.
Victor Glover.
Jessica Watkins.
Hi, I'm Matthew Dominic.
Jasmine Mogbelli.
Frank Rubio.
Scott Tingle.
This is what we do.
This is what we will do.
Let's go.
We go to the moon to learn how to live on other planets.
For the benefit of all.
At NASA,
NASA has achieved the near impossible. We set foot on the moon, landed rovers on Mars, launched telescopes to unlock the secrets of the universe, and began decades of continuous human presence on the International Space Station and delivered countless scientific discoveries along the way. But moments like those aren't accidents. They happen when we bring the best and brightest from across the nation, the capabilities from industry and our partners from all over the world, and choose to undertake and achieve the near impossible. And that's exactly what this moment demands of us once again. President Donald Trump's national space policy has given NASA a mandate and the resources to return to the moon, build a base, take the next giant leap, and expand American superiority in the ultimate high ground of space.
And now it's upon us to execute, and to do so with the competence, the ownership, and the urgency of the world's most accomplished space agency.
On March 24th, we're bringing together NASA leaders, our commercial partners, international allies, members of Congress, and the administration for an event we're calling Ignition. The future of American leadership in space can only be achieved with alignment across government, industry, our more than 60 Artemis Accords partners, and the greater space-loving community. Ignition is about more than setting direction. It's about undertaking grand, world-changing endeavors and actually achieving them. This is the moment we reject the status quo, challenge what is broken, embrace what worked on July 20th, 1969, and reject what stands in the way of extraordinary outcomes.
NASA is leading the greatest adventure in human history, and it's only just begun. It's time to start believing again.
Please welcome to the stage NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Good morning, everyone. So we are calling today's event Ignition because it represents the start of a transformative journey for NASA. I'd like to begin by thanking the leadership of President Trump for providing NASA the tools and policy to execute on our world-changing mission. I also wish to acknowledge the coalition assembled here today. We have a bipartisan mix of members of Congress and staff from authorization and appropriation committees who have provided the direction and the resources. We have 35 international partner nations here, including ambassadors, ministers, and leaders of several space agencies who have worked alongside the United States in space for decades and will continue to do so on the journey ahead. And we have leaders from the most capable space industry in the world. NASA never undertakes these grand endeavors alone. The presence of all of you here today sends a very powerful message about what we intend to accomplish together. Now, in the few short months since I began this role, we have moved very quickly. We have taken action to cut bureaucracy with dozens of regulatory changes underway and more than 370 sections identified for deregulation. I've also issued numerous directives, with dozens more in progress, all focused on removing friction and empowering the workforce and accelerating logical execution. That urgency reflects the moment we are in. It reflects the reality of a very great power competition, the importance of our mission, and the expectations rightfully placed on this agency by the American people, and the consequences if we fail to deliver. Taxpayers support NASA because we can change the world in air and space and science and inspire the next generation along the way. But we cannot be spread thin trying to undertake dozens of externally imposed and self-inflicted distractions, jumping straight to the dream state at the expense of an achievable strategy. For too long, we tried to satisfy every stakeholder. The results of that approach are very well documented in OIG reports. Billions wasted, years lost, non-conforming hardware delivered, programs that never launched, fewer flagship science missions, virtually no X-planes, less astronauts in space, which means less kids dressing up as astronauts for Halloween. I don't like it, the president doesn't like it, and the American people have waited long enough for the headlines only NASA is capable of making. For decades after the last space race, NASA was really the only game in town. For better or worse, the plan changed. We formed partnerships, spread goodwill, and tried to undertake programs that attempted really to make everyone happy. The outcomes became less important, skills atrophied, and now we find ourselves with a real geopolitical rival challenging American leadership in the high ground of space. NASA has stated we will return Americans to the moon before the end of President Trump's term. Our great competitor said before 2030. The difference between success and failure will be measured in months, not years. They may be early, and recent history suggests we might be late. This is why it is imperative we leave an event like Ignition with complete alignment on the national imperative that is our collective mission. Over the past few months, I've visited all the NASA centers, and I've made a promise. If we concentrate NASA's extraordinary resources on the most important goals on the President's national space policy, clear away needless bureaucracy and obstacles that impede progress, and empower the workforce and partners, then returning to the moon and building a moon base will seem pale in comparison of what we're capable of accomplishing in the years ahead. This is a step in that direction, and you will hear updates on NASA's strategy across a number of important initiatives today. But to be clear, we are long past the time for words and PowerPoint. Alongside this event today, the RFIs and solicitations will go out, breakout sessions will begin, and as this spacefaring ship sets sail, the focus moves quickly to execution. Let's start with the most visible objective before us, returning American astronauts to the moon. Artemis 2, in the days ahead, will send NASA and a CSA astronaut into the lunar environment, the first crewed step of the Artemis program to pick up where Gene, Harrison, and Ronald left off on Apollo 17. At the same time, we are standardizing the SLS architecture with the Centaur 5 upper stage. We're rebuilding and focusing expertise on ML1 pad turnaround and establishing the muscle memory required to support a higher launch cadence. The programs we left behind in this effort were not success stories. NASA takes ownership for the shortcomings, but contributing billions more and time that we do not have was not a pathway to success. On that note, I welcome the interest from industry to make use of these capabilities in furtherance of our shared priorities. As we move forward, we intend to launch Artemis 3 in 2027 to test the integrated operations of Orion and one or both lunar landers in Earth orbit. What we learn from that mission will ideally give us the confidence to begin lunar landing attempts starting with Artemis 4 in 2028. I'm pleased with the proposals from both SpaceX and Blue Origin to accelerate progress on their landers. As I've told both of our valued partners, alongside Axiom on the EVA suit development, NASA's here to help, to provide expertise, to clear obstacles, to challenge requirements where appropriate, and to always
This is a very
our partners to be successful. Should we fail, and should we look on as our rivals achieve their lunar goals ahead of our own, we are not going to celebrate our adherence to excess requirements, policy, or bureaucratic process. This revised, step-by-step approach to learn, to build muscle memory, to bring down risk, and gain confidence is exactly how NASA achieved the near impossible in the 1960s. But this time, the goal is not flags and footprints. This time, the goal is to stay. Today, we are providing a demand signal for frequent crewed missions well beyond Artemis 5. We intend to work with no fewer than 2 launch providers with the aim of crewed landings every 6 months with additional opportunities for new entrants in the years ahead. America will never again give up the moon. That brings us to the next step, building the moon base. It should not really surprise anyone that we are pausing Gateway in its current form and focusing on infrastructure that supports sustained operations on the lunar surface. Despite some of the very real hardware and schedule challenges, we can repurpose equipment and international partner commitments to support surface and other program objectives. It's worth pointing out that shifting NASA workforce priority to the surface, which has lots of advantages for safety, tech demonstration, and science, it's really the proving ground for future Mars initiatives, does not preclude revisiting the orbital outpost in the future. We will build the moon base in 3 phases. Phase 1 endeavors to support industry by moving from infrequent, bespoke efforts to a templated approach that will generate significant learning through experimentation. We will dramatically expand lunar landings through the CLIPS and the LTV program, delivering rovers, instruments, and technology payloads that test mobility, power systems, such as working with international partners and industry on the production of RUs and RTGs, communications, navigation, surface operations, and all the science payload that can be incorporated. Phase 2 transitions from experimentation to semi-habitable infrastructure and routine logistics with the aim of supporting regular astronaut operations on the surface. It's at this point we anticipate seeing the significant contributions from our great partners like JAXA's pressurized rover. Phase 3 takes advantage of the affordable mass-to-surface capabilities that cargo HLS will inevitably provide in the years ahead and enables the permanent infrastructure necessary to sustain a human presence, such as Italy's proposed habitation module. The moon base will not appear overnight. We will invest approximately $20 billion over the next 7 years and build it through dozens of missions, working together with commercial and international partners towards a deliberate and achievable plan. Just as there was Mercury and Gemini before Apollo, there will be an evolutionary path to building humanity's first permanent surface outpost beyond Earth. And we will take the world along with us as they follow along on the NASA Moonbase website and watch the assembly through lunar relay and observation satellites. At the same time, NASA will never give up its presence in low Earth orbit. The International Space Station has served humanity well, but it will not operate forever. The transition to commercial stations must be thoughtful and set up industry for success. Today, we will review a bit of the history of the International Space Station, NASA's understanding of the commercial market, the budget available to support the enormous undertaking, and the two potential options available to explore going forward. Now, regardless of the pathway, NASA will invest the limited budget available over the years to work with commercial providers to build the future LEO presence, which includes maturing capabilities, expanding commercial opportunities through the PAM program, while creating what we hope is an achievable glide path to commercially operated space stations. We will further signal demand for what we hope will be multiple crew and cargo transportation providers to support LEO requirements for decades into the future. Now, NASA cannot force an orbital economy to exist, but we will certainly do all we can to ignite one. Science and discovery remains at the heart of NASA's mission. Today we'll provide updates on exciting flagship efforts like Roman and Dragonfly, alongside new initiatives like Da Vinci, bonus scientific payloads on the Mars Telecommunications Network, and rideshares designed to expand the pace of discovery. Public-private partnerships will turn NASA into a force multiplier for science.
At NASA, we have always answered the innate call to go.
With Artemis,
We are going to stay.
proving that humanity
Can live on the moon?
Mars.
And other worlds.
And share the wonders of the solar system with all.
Our story is one of people.
All those who make this journey possible.
From advocates across communities
To companies across industries?
To countries around the world.
we achieve
This collective endeavor.
Our efforts create impact for all.
Technologies that revolutionize industries.
And jobs that bring prosperity to people.
the discoveries from space.
benefit the way we live on Earth today.
And those from the moon.
Will create a better future
For generations to come.
But to do that,
We must go.
Hi, I'm Chell Ingram. My name is Raja Chari.
Kayla Barron.
Kate Rubens.
Hi, I'm Christina Cook.
NASA astronaut Joe Acaba.
Jessica Amir.
Woody Hoberg.
Ann McClain.
Stephanie Wilson.
My name is Johnny Kim.
Nicole Mann.
Victor Glover.
Jessica Watkins.
hi, I'm Matthew Dominic.
Jasmine Mogbelli.
Frank Rubio.
Scott Tingle.
This is what we do.
This is what we will do.
Let's go.
We go to the moon to learn how to live on other planets.
For the benefit of all.
A new era of pioneers, star sailors, and adventurers.
We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo.
Splashdown. Orion back on Earth.
and there's a lot more coming.
Our destiny is always to go and see what's further and what's next.
There actually metal is being bent, shaped, formed to build the things that we're going to use.
Artemis is no longer some far-fetched dream. This is reality.
NASA is at a historic inflection point, poised to begin the most significant series of science and human exploration missions in over a generation.
Astronauts will live and work in deep space and will develop the science and technology to send the first humans to Mars.
I'm really looking forward to all the science we'll conduct on the moon, the samples we'll bring back, the knowledge we'll gain from understanding the lunar environment better than we ever have before.
The more nations and companies at the moon, the more we learn, increasing our capabilities while strengthening things right here on Earth.
We are going to the moon to learn how to live on other planets for the benefit of all. Let's go.
And for more NASA videos, hit subscribe. And for more NASA videos, hit subscribe.
Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1.
At NASA, we build on the amazing legacy our workforce has created to guide us where we want to go. The NASA family fuels innovation and helps us make discoveries that will change the world as we know it. We also understand that diversity drives innovation, and we're committed to strengthening our agency by prioritizing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility through our DEIA strategic plan and our equity action plan. And together, we are building the STEM pipeline of the future to continue making history and enabling the Artemis generation to make this important work its own.
Let us continue to dream the impossible dream that now becomes real.
Space is for everyone. We humans really are connected to the universe.
The Earth's climate is changing. We have documented the changes.
Liftoff. Starliner is headed back to space on the shoulders of Atlas.
The Artemis generation stands ready to return humanity to the moon and then to take us further than ever before to Mars.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event on MPC?
On MPC, I'm ready as well.
CBS, The Talk. This is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is The Talk. How do you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. How me?
We hear you loud and clear. Excellent.
Welcome to the International Space Station.
Thank you.
I've been here, but I've been there before. Just kidding.
Getting by. Here we go. Welcome back to The Talk. Today we have a special treat. We're about to meet a mom whose devotion, let's just say, reaches beyond the stratosphere. Katie Coleman is a NASA astronaut and a mother of two, and she joins us now from the International Space Station. Hello, Katie.
Hello.
This is so cool, isn't it? Hey, Katie, I want to
welcome
ask
aboard
you a
the space
question.
station.
This is Leah. Look at this. Wow. Are you going to be okay, or? There's a delay, too, so we got to take that into consideration. Katie, can you hear me?
You know, we Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay, well, I'm not the brightest person, so please don't try to say smart things when you're talking to me, but when you're talking to Sarah and Julie, you can say, you know, things that have to do with what you're doing. I want to know about your day-to-day. Like, take me through, like, an average day for you. You have your own room, you get up, what do? Do you shower? Do you have a chef? What goes on up there?
You know, we get up in the morning, brush our teeth, eat breakfast, just like everybody else, except that everything we do, we're weightless, and all the things we're doing it with are weightless as well. So you start off with that teeth brushing thing, and I have to say, you know, spitting, that's going to be a problem. So we swallow our toothpaste, and the day goes weightless from there.
And then what is your average work day? Is it like a real 8-hour day, or? And then what do you guys do? You sit around looking out the windows? Or what do you guys do? This is what I want to know.
You know, seriously, we live to look out the windows because it is simply amazing to look out. And, you know, every day is different looking down at the Earth. It depends on the weather. It depends on the lighting. I'm learning geography hand over foot. And so we live to look out the window, but I will say that most of our work is inside, here in the space station. I'm in the Japanese part of the space station. It's the module that they built for experiments. We have a European module. We have a Russian section, a United States section. The Canadians built the arm. It's a big international venture. And every day, actually the day begins the night before, because I look at the schedule, see what I'm going to do, and I study up and just try to understand what experiments I'm going to do. And I can actually show you one of them. One of them's coming right at me right now.
Wow. So cool. What's that?
So before I show you this, let me just show you something else. Oops. It's going to come back to me, okay? I want to show you why we do these experiments, and that is because this is a bag of water, okay? And I'm squeezing. Let's see. So it's a brand new bag of water, and so my straw was a little crimped there. And I'm going to come a little closer, and you can see this giant blob of water. And we're getting to see in space, what do liquids really, really want to do?
Wow. That is amazing. That is amazing.
So I'm curious, because I know you have kids at home. How do you stay close to your kids?
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how you stay close to your kids while you're in space.
Well, one of the ways that we stay close is I try to keep him really interested in what I'm doing, and I'm shaking up our fluids experiments so you can kind of see, what a real experiment looks like, and not just playing with our water drops, but understanding how fluids behave in space. Well, it has to do with everything we do at home. And everything that we wear, everything that is in our house that is made with a process of something flowing through a pipe, we need to understand what liquids do. And this experiment actually shows us how to design fuel tanks for satellites. And you think, well, gee, why would I care? Everybody uses a cell phone, electronic devices, communication, military defense, you name it. And it all comes from things like this. When we talk about trying to keep my son interested, another way I do that is actually to bring one of his things with me up to space. He's a big fan, and so am I, of Calvin and Hobbes. And so I've brought a little Hobbes up in space with me, and I bring Hobbes to do experiments, and I take pictures and send him down to the ground so he understands what I'm doing every day. And I did that while I was training for this mission as well.
That's so cool. Wow. So, Katie, since you've been in space, what extra daddy duties has your husband had to take on since you're there on a 6-month mission?
Well, I think a lot, and I really thank him for doing all of that. And, I would have to say it's hard for me to let some of that go. Everything's not going to be done maybe the way that you would do it. And yet I know my son is in great hands. He's just a super, super dad. I think it's hard for any parent to be a parent alone. I know that because my husband and I both commute, we have a commuting marriage, we're both single parents in a certain way. And so I think it's really hard for him just because there's nobody else to help, really.
On a somber note, Oh, okay. Hang on one sec. Okay. Your commander there in space is the brother brother-in-law to Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. What has it been like at the International Space Station since the Tucson shootings?
You know, it's hard to be far away when things are happening down on Earth, and I can't speak for Scott, but I think something like the tragedy in Tucson, at least for me, it makes me think how precious all my relationships are, and it just made me want to call everybody that I love and just make sure that they knew that I cared about them. And up here, I think that we have a serious job to do, and we're intent on doing our jobs, and we try not to let things get in the way. And at the same time, there's a value in just thinking about what's going on and trying to come to terms with it.
Yeah, I'm curious. Does it get lonely in space?
Well, I was very excited about this interview just because I won't necessarily say it's lonely up here, but there are not a lot of other women. And so actually the thought of sort of having coffee with you guys was really appealing to me. In fact, I brought mine. I'm serious. There's something nice about girlfriends.
I love that.
There's something nice about sitting around with your girlfriends and saying hello.
Yeah, I love that. I'm curious how you also prepared to leave for 6 months. That's such a long trip.
Well, I did my best. I know I've left a lot of holes. I'm still writing back and forth with my husband and making sure he understands how to get my W-2 and all those kinds of, administrative things. My son had known for a couple years that I'd be going to the space station, and I tried to make it really clear when it would happen. It took several years to train. I traveled to Japan, to Europe, to Russia, and around the U.S., training for really almost 3 years to get ready for the mission, and that's actually worse in a way than being up here. They like to say that when I'm up here, at least they know where I am, and in fact, they have an application, where a computer program that they look at, and they know exactly where I am, and they go, "Mom, you're going over Australia." So it's pretty fun to be up here now where they know where I am.
Wow. What research are you doing in space that you're most excited about?
On a day-to-day basis, I love to do the things that I actually get to touch and move, like the experiment that you saw with the bubbles just now. But some of them aren't as tangible. We're doing some research in osteoporosis, which I think is fascinating and valuable. Basically, I'm an experiment, and because we lose bone mass up here, because we don't walk around on our legs, we lose bone at about 10 times the rate of a 70-year-old osteoporotic woman. And so because I don't have some of the potential complications that somebody who's 70 might, I'm sort of a clean medical specimen to do some experiments. And so I'm taking some of those drugs, and we're looking at how my bone mass is changing, and we looked at it before I left, while I'm up here, and also when I get home, and it'll help us understand a lot about how osteoporosis, the mechanism of osteoporosis, which certainly affects millions of people down on the Earth.
Do the health implications of that scare you?
I won't say they scare me, but I'll tell you that I take them very, very seriously, in that we exercise, about almost 2 hours a day, which I'll say I'm not disciplined enough to do down on the Earth. But I do it up here because the implications of not exercising are really having a tremendous amount of bone loss. And I have a 10-year-old, and I figure I still have a lot of running around to do when I get home.
Katie, I wanted to ask you, other than your family, your son, as a woman, what do you miss the most?
I'm actually so excited about being here and just living in this environment and discovering new things every day in terms of what's delightful about just being here, about moving back and forth. It's just really such a neat place. I don't actually miss anything yet. I certainly miss my family quite a bit, but at the same time, it's not as if I wish to be there. I'm really happy to be here.
Katie, you mentioned that you exercise 2 hours a day, but being that you have no gravity, how do you exercise in space?
You know, it's a great question, and we have a weightlifting machine which works. It works on a principle of vacuum. Like I'm not really lifting weights, but I'm pulling against something that's pulling on a vacuum, and so it's really hard. Like, you know, when you're trying to get a lid off a jar that's got vacuum on it, it's harder than if there was no vacuum, or when you're pulling against something. So that we do weightlifting, and I'll do, you know, it's like a gym. You know, we have a bar, go up and down, and use my legs. I can do sit-ups, all these arm weights. We have a treadmill that I wear a harness, and it holds me down on the treadmill. And I have to say that it was really interesting after a few days of not exercising, floating around up here. It was fascinating to suddenly be on the treadmill, standing on your feet. And I thought, wow, standing, that's interesting.
What's the first thing you want to do when you eventually do get home back to your family?
Well, I'm assuming a shower will be like right in there. I mean, I'm actually clean up here. You know, my hair is clean, and you know, we take sponge baths literally, and so you're clean. But there's just nothing about like being, you know, actually in a shower. I think, you know, just being on the earth and walking around on your feet, and I think smelling and smelling, you know, just the garden and outside and the street and cars and. That kind of sense is a little missing up here, and even just listening to noises that aren't just the hum of the space station and feeling the wind. I'm looking forward to maybe being on a beach and feeling the wind and looking at the ocean.
As we get ready to say goodbye, is there any message you'd like to send out to your 10-year-old son or your husband, your family?
Well, you know, I miss them so much, and I appreciate, I mean, it's a lot of work for them, for me to be gone, and I'm just hoping that while I'm up here, the things that I'm doing end up being worth it, and I actually just really think that they will be. What we do here in space somehow says to kids, wow, don't you want to be an astronaut? Don't you think you could do this? Somehow they look at us and they think they could do this, and they're right, and it inspires them to study hard in school and learn the math and science that they need to be part of the future, because they are the future. So it's a long time to be away from family. It's actually a magical place to spend that time in, and I think that the payoff is very big. It's nice to be with you guys today.
Katie Coleman, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best of luck up there in space. Keep doing the good work you're doing. Take good care. We'll be right back.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes the event.
Copy. Thank you. Nice to hear from you guys.
Thank you. The talk station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Okay, everything's nice and straight in here. Okay, can you pull the door open a little more? Right. Okay. Did you get the mesa out? I'm going to pull it now. Houston, the mesa came down, all right.
Houston, roger, we copy and we're standing by for your TEV.
Houston, this is Neil, radio check.
Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear. Break, break, Buzz, this is Houston, radio check and verify TV circuit breaker in.
Roger, TV circuit breakers in. And phase 5 clear.
Roger. And we're getting a picture on the TV.
TV. Okay. You got a good picture, huh?
There's a great deal of contrast in it, and the Currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail.
Okay, would you verify the position, the opening I ought to have on the camera?
Stand by. Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now. Neil, we can see you coming. Okay, I just checked. Getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up. Roger, we copy. It's a pretty good little jump. Buzz, this is Houston. F2, 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera. Okay. At the foot of the ladder, the LEM footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine. I'm going to step off the LEM now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. As the surface is fine and powdery, I can pick it up loosely with my toe. It does adhere in fine layers, like powdered charcoal, to the sole and sides of my boot. I only go in a small fraction of an inch, maybe an eighth of an inch, but I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads in the fine sandy particles. Neil, this is Houston. We're copying. There seems to be no difficulty in moving around as we suspected. It's even perhaps easier than the simulations of 16G that we performed in various simulations on the ground. Absolutely no trouble to walk around. The descent engine did not leave a crater of any size. It has about 1 foot clearance on the ground. We're essentially on a very level place here. I can see some evidence of rays emanating from the descent engine, but very insignificant amount. Okay, Buzz, we ready to bring down the camera? I'm all ready. I think it's 2 miles squared away in good shape. Okay. Okay, you'll have to pay out all the LEC. It looks like it's coming out nice and evenly. Okay, it's quite dark here in the shadow and a little hard for me to see that I have good footing. I'll work my way over into the sunlight here without looking directly into the sun. Okay, it's taut now.
Unofficial time on the first step, 109.2420.
Yeah, I think it's pulling the wrong one. I'm ready to pull it down now. There was still a little bit left in the... Okay, don't hold it quite so tight. Okay? Okay. Looking up at the limb, I'm standing directly in the shadow now, looking up at Buzz in the windows. And I can see everything quite clearly. The light is sufficiently bright, backlighted into the front of the limb, that everything is very clearly visible. Okay, I'm going to be changing the okay.
The surgeon says that...
Camera installed on the ICU bracket.
The surgeon says the crew is doing well. Data is good, crew is doing well.
And I'm still in the LEC on the secondary struts. I'll step out and take some of my first pictures here.
Roger, Neil, we're reading you loud and clear. Let's see you getting some pictures and the contingency sample.
.35 and a half minutes of PLSS time expended now.
Neil, this is Houston. Did you copy about the contingency sample? Over.
All right, you're going to get to that just as soon as I finish these picture series.
Okay, you're going to get the contingency sample there in here?
Right.
Okay, that's good. Okay, the contingency sample is down and it's up sample. Like it's a little difficult to dig through the initial crust.
Very interesting. It's a very soft surface, but here and there where I plug with the contingency sample collector, I run into very hard surface, but it appears to be very cohesive material of the same sort. I'll try to get a rock in here. Get a couple.
Oh, that looks beautiful from here, Neil.
It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of the United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here. Be advised that a lot of the rock samples out here, the hard rock samples, have what appear to be vesicles in the surface. Also, I'm looking at one now that appears to have some sort of phenocryst.
Houston, roger out.
Okay, the handle is off the it pushes in about 6 to 8 inches into the surface. Like it's pretty easy to
It is. It's I'm sure I could push it in farther, but it's hard for me to bend down farther than that. Yeah,
now you could throw so far.
You can really throw things a long way up here. My pocket open, Buzz?
Yes, it is. It's not up against your suit, though. Hit it back once more. More toward the inside. Okay, that's good.
That in the pocket?
Yeah, push down. Got it? Now, it's not all the way in. Push it. There you go.
Contingency sample is in the pocket. My oxygen is 81%. I have no flags, and I'm in minimum flow.
This is Houston, Roger, Neil.
Okay, I got the camera going at 1 frame a second. Okay. And I've got 80%, no flags. Good.
Are you getting a TV picture now, Houston?
Neil, yes, we are getting a TV picture. Neil, this is Houston. We're getting a picture. You're not in at the present time. We can see the bag on the LEC being moved by Buzz, though. Here you come into our field of view.
Oh, let me move that over the edge for you.
Okay, ready for me to come out?
Yeah, just stand by a second. I'll move this over the handrail.
Okay. All right, that's got it. Are you ready?
All set. Okay, you saw what difficulties I was having. I'll try to watch your bliss from underneath here.
All right, the backup camera is position.
Okay, your bliss looks like it's clear and okay. The toes are about to come over the sill. Okay, now drop your bliss down. There you go, you're clear. And laterally you're good. Got an inch clearance on top of your bliss.
Okay, you need a little bit of arching of the back to come down. How far are my feet from the edge?
Okay, you're right at the edge of the porch.
Okay. Back in from... Small little foot movement. Porch. Arching of the back. Moment comes up and clears the bulkhead without any trouble at all.
Looks good.
"45 minutes PLSS time expended."
Neil, this is Houston. Based on your camera transfer with the LEC, do you foresee any difficulties in SRC transfer over?
Difficulties in SR.
Negative.
That's the sample return containers, the rock boxes that Capcom...
Now I want to back up and partially close the hatch. Making sure not to lock it on my way out.
Particularly good thought.
That's our home for the next couple hours. We want to take good care of it. Okay, I'm on the top step and I can look down over the RCU and landing gear pad. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next.
Yes, I found it to be very comfortable and And walking is also very comfortable. You've got 3 more steps and then a long one.
Okay, I'm going to leave that 1 foot up there and both hands down about the 4th rung up. There you go. Okay, now I think I'll do the same.
A little more. About another inch. There, you got it?
That's a good step.
Yep. About a 3-footer.
Beautiful view.
Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here.
Magnificent desolation.
Both PLSS is nominal on consumables.
Looks like the secondary strut have little thermal effects on it right here, Neil.
Yeah, I noticed that. Seems to be the worst, although similar effects are on all around.
Powder is very, very fine powder, isn't it?
Isn't it fine?
Right in this area, I don't think there's much of any but fine powder. Sometimes clouds together, and it's hard to tell whether it's a clod or a rock.
Notice how you can pick it out.
Yeah, and it bounces and then reaching down, fairly easy. Got my suit 30 at this stage. The mass of the backpack does have some effect in inertia. There's a slight tendency I can see now to backwards due to the soft, very soft texture.
Oh, you're standing on a rock, big rock there now.
Sure didn't.
No, it didn't.
Absolutely no crater there at all from the engine.
No.
I wonder if that right under the engine is where probe might hit. I'd like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good representation of our sideward velocity of touchdown. That folded the probe.
I'll see that probe over on the minus Y strut. Broken off and bent back up.
That did, didn't it? The other two both bent over.
Can't say too much for the visibility right here without the visor up. Pretty dark. It looks like there's a surface of a flat rounded rock. And incidentally, these rocks, very powdery surface.
Say again, please, Buzz. You're cutting out.
And here's some. Please, Buzz. I say that the rocks are rather slippery.
Roger.
Very powdery surface. When it's on there, it's fill up all the very little fine porises. They'll tend to slide over it rather easily.
Neil Armstrong getting ready to move the TV camera now out to its panorama position.
Traction seems like good. Particular area. Start to lose my balance in one direction, and recovery is quite natural and very easy. And moving arms around, Jack doesn't off the surface. Not quite that light-footed.
And I have the insulation off the Mesa now. The Mesa seems to be in good shape.
You have to be careful that you're leaning in the direction you want to go, otherwise you slightly inebriate. In other words, you have to cross your foot over to stay underneath where your center of mass is. Hey Neil, didn't I say we might see some purple rocks?
Find a purple rock?
Yep. Very small, sparkly fragments are rock. They're reflecting sun in places. That would make a first guess at some sort of biotite. We'll leave that to the further analysis. But soil compacts underneath. Completely no. You don't sink down more than a quarter of an inch.
Biotite is a brown mica substance.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to change lenses on you.
Roger, Neil.
Life support consumables still looking good.
Okay, Houston, tell me, get a new picture.
Neil, this is Houston. That's affirmative. We're getting a new picture. You can tell it's a longer focal length lens. And for your information, all LEM systems are go. Over.
For your information, all LEM. I appreciate that. Thank you. the plaque that is.
Roger, we got you bore-sighted, but back to one side.
Bore-sighted.
For those who haven't read the plaque, we'll read the plaque that's on the front landing gear of this LEM. There's two hemispheres, one showing each of the two hemispheres of Earth. Underneath it says, "Dear men from the planet Earth, first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. We came in peace for all mankind." It has the crew members' signatures and the signature of the President of the United States. Ready for the camera? I'll get it.
No, you're taking TV on now.
Watch the LEC there.
I'm afraid these moth materials are going to get dusty. The surface material powdery. I don't know how good your lens is, but if you can touches that gloves. Very much like a very finely powdered carbon, but pretty looking.
You pull out some of my cable for me, Buzz?
Houston, how close are you able to get things in focus?
This is Houston. We can see Buzz's right hand. It's somewhat out of focus. I'd say we were focusing down to probably about 8 inches to a foot behind the position of his hand when he was pulling out the cable.
Okay, how's the temperature looking there?
Temperature of the camera is showing cold.
I'm a little cool. I think I'll take some. I'm on intermediate now, Houston, and I show 3.78. No flags, 70.
Houston, roger out.
And we'll probably need a little distance back location. Television camera. And Neil, look at the minus Y stress. Your direction of travel there. Traveling from right to left.
Right.
So this one over here underneath the methane engine where the probe first hit. Minus my probe first hit.
I got plenty of cable.
You got plenty more. Okay, I think I got the end of it.
Something interesting in the bottom of this little crater here. Maybe.
Keep going. We got a lot more.
Okay.
Getting a little harder to pull out here.
you stand on the ladder facing forward, the minus Y strut is the landing gear to your left.
Say I am, Buzz.
40, 50 feet. Why don't you turn around and let them get a view from there and see what the field of view looks like. You're backing into the cable.
Okay.
Turn around to your right, be better.
I don't want to go into the sun if I can avoid it.
That's right, yeah.
I'll just leave it.
All right, let it
Sit
settle
like
down.
that and walk around it.
Houston, how's that field of view going to be? Pick up the mesa far away?
Right.
Neil, this is Houston. The field of view is okay. We'd like you to aim it a little bit more to the right, over.
Okay. Okay, that's all the cable we have. All the way out. I'll start working on the shoulder.
A little bit too much to the right. Can you bring it back left about 4 or 5 degrees? Okay, that looks good, Neil.
Hey, that looks good, Neil. Okay, now, think I ought to be farther away or closer?
Can't get too much further away.
Let's try it like that for a while. I'll get a couple panoramas with it here.
Roger, you look okay as far as distance goes, Neil, and we'll line you up again when you finish the panorama. You're going too fast on the panorama sweep. You're going to have to stop for...
I haven't stopped. I haven't set it down yet. That's the first picture in the panorama. Right there.
Roger.
It's taken just about northeast. Tell me if you got a picture, Houston.
Well, we've got a beautiful picture, Neil.
Okay, I'm going to move it.
Okay, there's another good one. Okay, we got that one.
Okay, now this one's right down sun, straight west. And I want to know if you can see an angular rock in the foreground.
Roger, we have a large angular rock in the foreground, and it looks like a much smaller rock a couple of inches to the left of it, over.
Right, and then on beyond it about 10 feet is an even larger rock that's very rounded. That rock is about, the closest one to you is about sticking out of the sand about 1 foot. It's about 1.5 feet long, and it's about 6 inches thick, but it's standing on edge.
Roger.
Okay, Neil, I've got the table out. The bag deployed.
We got this view, Neil.
Straight south.
Roger, and we see the shadow of the limb.
In the hills, Roger, the little hill just beyond the shadow of the limb is a pair of elongate craters. About probably the pair together is 40 feet long and 20 feet across, and they're probably 6 feet deep. We'll probably get some more work in there later.
Roger, and we see Buzz going about his work.
How's that for a final
For a final orientation, we'd like it to come left about 5 degrees, over. Back to the right about half as much.
Okay.
Okay, that looks good there, Neil.
Yeah, that looks good there, Neil. Okay.
One hour, 7 minutes time expended.
Okay, you can make a mark, Houston.
Roger, hello, and
incidentally, you can use the shadow that the staff makes to assist you in getting it perpendicular.
Buzz is erecting the solar wind experiment now.
Some of these small depressions big soft, and you tend to think, oh, maybe 2 or 3 inches. I can suggest exactly what the layer pictures showed when they pushed away a little bit. You can force transmitted through the upper surface of the soil, and about 5 or 6 inches away, it breaks loose and moves as if it were caked on the surface, when in fact it really isn't.
I noticed in the soft spots where we have footprints nearly an inch deep that the soil is very cohesive, and it will retain a slope of probably 70 degrees on the side of the footprint.
All limb systems still looking good.
Okay? Yeah, I think that's nice. Did it come off? Want me to get the camera?
Up the rocker.
Columbia, Columbia. This is Houston, AOS, over. Houston, AOS, over.
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
I don't remember.
Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over. Yeah, this is Houston, reading.
Yeah, read you loud and clear. How's it going?
Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now.
Great.
I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene.
That's all right, I don't mind a bit. How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Beautiful, just beautiful.
See if you can pull that end off a little bit. Straighten that end up a little.
It won't go up.
Okay.
Neil, this is Houston, radio check, over.
All right, Roger. Houston, loud and clear.
Roger out.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, Buzz.
evaluate the various paces that a person can traveling on the surface. Leave them out of your field of view. Is that right now, Houston?
That's affirmative, Buzz. You're in our field of view now.
You do have to be. All right, you do have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is. Sometimes it takes about 2 or 3 paces to make sure that you've got your feet underneath you. And about 2 or 3 or maybe 4 easy paces can bring you to a fairly smooth stop. Direction. Like a football player, you just have to put out to the side and cut a little bit. So-called kangaroo hop does work, but it seems your forward ability is not quite as good as it is in the conventional, more conventional one foot after another. As far as saying what a sustained pace might be, I think the one that I'm using now would get rather tiring after several hundred. But this may be a function of the suit as well as lack of gravity force here.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Could we get both of you on the camera for a minute, please?
Say again, Houston?
Roger, we'd like to get both of you in the field of view of the camera for a minute.
We'd like to get both of you in the field of view of the camera for a minute.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
That would be an honor.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you do. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with America in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, and with interest and a curiosity and with a vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
Look forward to that very much, sir.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, I've got a P-22 auto optics pad for you.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM, T1, 1102656. T2, 1103206. 3 miles south. Time of closest approach, 1103340. Shaft, 353.855. Trunnion, 46.495. Roll 0. Pitch 250. Yaw 0. Over.
Roger, thank you. Read back not required.
Roger, out.
Houston, it's very interesting to note that when I kick my foot this trail with no atmosphere here and this gravity, they seem to leave, and most of them have about the same angle of departure and velocity. Where I stand, the large portion of them will impact at a certain distance out. There are several certain percentage, of course, that will impact different regions out, but it's highly dependent upon the initial trajectory upwards, determines where most of the priority of the particle comes down, like the terrain.
Roger, Buzz, and break, Columbia, this is Houston. When you track out of high gain antenna limits, request Omni Delta, over.
Well, man. I've noticed several times in going from the sunlight into the shadow that just as I go in, I catch an additional reflection off the LEM, along with the reflection off my face onto the visor, makes visibility very poor just at the transition sunlight into the shadow. I essentially have so much glare coming onto my visor, I'm under shadow until helmet actually gets shadow, and then it takes a short while for my eyes to adapt to lighting conditions. Inside the shadow area, visibility, as we've said before, is not too great, but both visors up, we can certainly get what sort of footprints we have and the general condition of the soil. And after being out in the sunlight a while, it takes, watch it, Neil, you're on the cable. Okay. Yeah, lift up your right foot. Right foot. It's still, your toe is still hooked in it. That one? Yeah, it's still hooked in it. A minute. Okay, you're clear now. Thank you. Let's move that over this way.
Neil Armstrong has the scoop for the bulk sample collection.
color of my boots have completely disappeared now into this I don't know exactly what color to describe this other than grayish cocoa color. Seems to be covering most of the wider part of the boot. Color that had very fine particles.
Buzz, this is Houston. You're cutting out on the end of your transmissions. Can you speak a little more closely into your microphone, over?
Roger, I'll try that.
Beautiful.
Well, I had that one inside my mouth that time.
Sounded a little wet.
A little wet.
Neil's been on the surface an hour now. Buzz, not quite 20 minutes less than that.
In general, time spent in the shadow doesn't seem to have any thermal effects. We're still inside the suit. There is a difference, of course, in the coming radiation and the helmet, so I think there's a tendency to feel a little cooler in the shadow than we feel out in the sun.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
One hour and a half expended on the PLSSs now.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Houston, Columbia, Delta.
Roger, you should have VHF AOS with the LEM right about now. VHF LOS will be at 40 minutes, 15 seconds, over.
Thank you.
Heart rates on both crewmen averaging between 90 and 100. Flight surgeon reports they're right on the predicted number of the BTU units expended in energy of work. And he thinks they're in great shape.
I look around the area, the contrast in general is comes about completely by virtue of the shadows, almost deep, looking down sun, zero phase, very light colored gray, light gray colored, like a halo around my own shadow, around the shadow of my helmet. Then as I look off cross sun, the contrast becomes strongest in that the surrounding color is still fairly light. As you look down into the sun, a larger amount of shadowed areas looking toward us. The general color of the surrounding is darker than cross sun. Contrast is not as great. Surveying the dusty area that we've picked up, considerably darker in texture. Now, I've picked up one. I imagine that this has been out by certain facts that that's a distinct surveyor. The same is true if I survey cross sun along the area that we're walking. General, is to the fact that there are footprints there. General terrain where I've been up out of this surface trail is generally of a darker contrast surrounding color.
You can see Neil Armstrong bringing the scoop.
The panorama I'll be taking is about 30 to 40 feet out to Buzz. But
say again which strut, please, Buzz.
So it seems the plus V strut.
Roger.
And, right in this area there are two craters. The one that's right in front of me now as I look off in about the 11 o'clock position from the spacecraft, about 30 to 35 feet across, and several rocks and boulders 6, 8 inches across, and 8 sizes.
Neil is filling the bulk sample bag attached to a scale. You can see him in the picture. Buzz is behind the limb at the minus Z strut. That's the landing gear directly opposite the ladder. Neil's been on the surface about an hour and 10 minutes now.
I'm now in the area of the minus Y strut. Taking some section photographs.
Buzz is making his way around the LAM, photographing it from various angles, looking at its condition on all sides. Neil's still occupied with the bulk sample. One hour, 40 minutes time expended on the PLSSs now.
How's the bulk sample coming, Neil?
Bulk sample is just being sealed. Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over.
Roger, no marks on the left that time. I did see a suspiciously small white object move forward and burn.
Go ahead with the coordinates on the small white object.
But I'm sure the gentleman is right on the southwest rim of a crater. I think they would know it if they were in such a location. It looks like their limb would be pitched up quite a degree. It's on the southwest wall of a smaller crater.
Roger, copy. Echo decimal 3 and 7 decimal 6 and Columbia, this is Houston. While I'm talking to you, LOS will be at 111 19er 31. ALS 112 05
43, over. Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy LOS, AOS times, over?
Copy. AOS.
Negative, Houston, you're broken. Disregard him. I cut him off the flight plan.
Roger, out.
The deflector that's mounted on quad 1 seems to be a good bit more wrinkled right now on quad 4.
You're breaking up again, Buzz.
Breaking up again, Buzz. I say the jet deflector that's mounted on quad 4 seems to be, the surface of it seems to be more wrinkled than the one that's on quad 1. Generally, underneath part of the LEM seems to have stood up quite well to the, we'll get some pictures in the half part of the LEM that illuminate the thermal effects much better than we could get them up here in the front.
Roger, out.
I want to get some particular photographs of the bulk sample area, Neil.
Okay.
And Houston, Buzz here, I'm showing 3.78 SI. 3%, no flags. Adequate. Light warming fingers.
And Neil has 66%, O2, no flags, minimum cooling, and the suit pressure is 382.
Houston, roger, out.
Neil has finished collecting and packing the bulk sample.
Buzz, this is Houston. Have you removed the close-up camera from the Mesa yet, over?
Negative, thank you. Okay. how does our timeline appear to be going?
Roger, it looks like you're about a half hour slow on it. We're working on consumables, over.
All right.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. To clarify my last, your consumables are in good shape at this time. The 30-minute reference was with respect to the nominal timeline, over.
Roger, I understand that.
Neil's been on the surface now slightly over an hour and 20 minutes.
Hey, don't note any abnormalities in the limb. Quads seem to be in good shape. The primary and secondary struts are in good shape. Antennas are all in place. There's no evidence of problem underneath the limb due to either the engine exhaust or drainage of any kind.
Roger out.
It's very surprising, very surprising lack of penetration of all four of the foot pads. I'd say if we were to try and determine just how far below the surface they would have penetrated, you'd measure in 2 or 3 inches, wouldn't you say, Neil?
At the most, yeah. That life strut there is probably even less than that.
Picture of the bus-wide strut taken from near the descent stage, and I think we'll be able to see a little bit better what the ripple effects are. Seem to be quite minimal. Taken right rear of the spacecraft, looking at the skirt of the descent stage. So a slight darkening of the surface color, a rather minimal amount of radiating or etching away or erosion of the surface. And now on descent, both of us remarked that we could see a large amount of very fine dust particles moving out. It was reported beforehand that we would probably see an outgassing from the surface after actual engine shutdown, but I recall I was unable to verify that. Too big an angle, Neil. Yep. I think you're right. Back at the minus B spot now. Stereo pair we're taking to the bed will take very little force of impact that we actually had. Take the camera, okay, to work on the SEQ bay. Okay.
Columbia, this is Houston.
I noticed that.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, bud.
Okay. Try to get some close-up pictures of that front. I was saying that Houston stop and take a photograph of something and then want to start moving again sideways. Quite a tendency to start doing it with just gradual sideways hops because you start getting momentum.
Roger.
Can you see us underneath the LEM over at the SEQ bay, Houston?
Yes, indeed, Buzz. We can see your feet sticking out underneath the structure of the LEM descent stage.
Okay, I'm just on the other side of the...
now we can see you through the structure of the minus V secondary strut.
The SEQ bay
we don't necessarily need an IV, but we're going to lose him altogether.
Experiments to be left on the surface of the moon. The laser reflector.
They're open, and it looks like they're going to stay up without any problem.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're about to lose you on the Omnis. Request high gain antenna, react mode, pitch 20, yaw 135, over.
It's 175, flight.
Gonna pick an area, Neil.
Make that yaw 175, Columbia, yaw 175 on the high gain.
Columbia's locked up on the high gain, Houston.
Roger out.
Sergeant, full flight. Go flight. How you doing? Doing real fine. They're still working below the predicted curve now. EMU flight. Go ahead, flight. How you doing? We're getting an update here in a minute. I'll get it to you in a second. All right. Flight, you come?
Surgeon says everything looks fine.
Go ahead. Once again, our mixing valve has worked very normally. Roger. You might tell Columbia that Capcom comes down. Okay. Yes. He can if he's watching it. He may not be watching it at the time.
An hour and a half of surface time.
I'm talking to Ecom. He says that if Columbia is watching it on board, he can see it. You think we ought to tell him about it anyway? Over?
No, disregard.
Roger.
The passive seismometer has been deployed manually.
Roger.
They've been on the portable life support systems for 2 hours now.
And the manual deployment of the LR cubed little spring that's at the end of the string pulled off of the pit pin. Now, however, I was able to reach up and get hold of the pit pin and pull it loose. So it'll be deployed manually also.
Roger.
And the panorama is complete, and got the limb 730 position at about 60 feet.
That's Neil Armstrong to the left of the screen. By that.
Doors are closed and locked.
Roger.
Have you got us a good area picked out?
Yeah, I think right out on that rise out there is probably as good as any.
That's the old guidance smoker there.
Let's probably stay on the high ground there and
Watch at the edge of that crater is rather
that's real soft there, isn't it?
A couple of close-ups on these quite rounded, large boulders.
Buzz Aldrin coming into view on the right, carrying the two experiments.
About 40 feet out. I'd say out to the end of that next...
Well, it's going to be a little difficult to find a good level spot here.
top of that next little ridge there. Wouldn't that be a pretty good place?
Okay, how about I put the LRQ for you about here?
All right. And,
I'm going to have to get on the other side of this rock here.
I would go right around that crater to the left there. Isn't that a level spot there?
I think this right here is just as level.
Okay.
And they will be out of the camera's field of view while setting up these experiments.
Boulders look like basalt, and they have probably 2% white minerals in them, white crystals. And the thing that I reported as vesicular before, I don't believe I believe that anymore. I think it's small craters. They look like little impact craters where BB shot has hit the surface.
EME flight. Bad flight? How you doing? Okay, it looks like we recovered a little bit. We've got about 15 minutes, and for the extension, should be on the 240. Consumable-wise, how you counting the 240? Where'd you start? The clock up. Are you on the clock up front? Roger. That's the one that was started when he hacked his watch. Depressurized the cabin, Roger. We just keep slipping the activities back and projecting our profiles. And the current rate right now is around 15 minutes beyond 240. Okay, and you're going with that clock up there? That's firm. FBO, meet guy and smoker that.
Hi, Houston, I have the seismic experiment over now, and I'm aligning it with the sun. I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting the beep go in the center. Wants to move around and around on the outside. Any home.
You're cutting out again, Buzz.
Roger, I say I'm not having too much success in leveling the PSE experiment.
Flight experiments. The main thing is get the ball off the edge. Get what? Get the ball off the edge. It does not necessarily have to be centered if you can't center it. Get the ball off the edge.
Yeah, he said he was having trouble getting it off the outside at all.
I thought he said getting outside. I miscopied then.
So it seemed to be going around the outside.
The laser reflector
EMU flight. Flight EMU. Is that 15 minutes on water? That's affirmed.
installed and the bubble level.
That was based on the last update we had. We're still looking to...
appears to be good.
Roger.
Neil, this is Houston. Roger, out.
Hey, you want to take a look at this BB, see what you make out of it?
I found it pretty hard to get perfectly level, too.
That BB likes the outside. It won't go on the inside.
Flight experiments. I think I drowned him out. I think he just said it stays on the outside.
Cup is convex now instead of concave.
I think you're right.
I believe it is.
Houston, I don't think there's any hope of using this leveling device to come up with an accurate level. It looks to me as though the cup here that the BB is in is now convex instead of concave, over.
Let's have him not to fight it too long on flight. Let's press on. Forget it.
Roger 11, press on. If you think it looks level by eyeball, go ahead.
Okay.
Surgeon from flight.
The bubble they're discussing
They look okay to you?
on a leveling device on the passive seismometer.
Our rates are still down at a comfortable level.
One going, huh?
Okay, Capcom FAO flight, surgeon and EMU on the loop. Okay, it looks like we can stand about another 15 minutes based on water. Surgeon says they're doing okay. Seems to me we ought to tell them that we're good for an extra 15 minutes and we'll give Buzz a mark at -10 when to start in, okay? Buzz, you agree? That's fine. Flight EMU, go. The number looks a little better than I hear. 15 should I
facing the PSE, the right
Surgeon, you agree?
Solar array deployed automatically. The left hand I had to manually.
And FAO how far away from that 10-minute mark based on that?
Hey, we 208 plus 15, 223.
And all parts of the solar array.
Okay, we'll have to take a little more off that because we'll have two wrong.
Buzz, this is Houston. I understand you did successfully deploy both solar arrays, over.
Roger, affirmative.
Capcom flight. Good flight for Neil, based on consumables and
there's any way of telling whether that's lined up.
we can give him another 15 minutes and still give a -10-minute mark for Buzz to start termination, if he concurs.
Okay, is Neil ahead or behind Buzz on consumables?
I think Neil's ahead. Is that right, EMU? Flight EMU? Neil's using less, right?
That appears to be
That's firm. LMU is the one that's down. Okay, go ahead, Capcom.
Okay, for my information, would Buzz then be going in closer to nominal time?
I don't follow you. We're going to give the total thing 15 minutes, and we'll still give Buzz a 10-minute -10 mark to start in based on that.
All EVA 15 minutes?
Yes, if he agrees.
Neil, this is Houston, over.
Houston, over. Hey, go ahead, Houston.
All right, we've been looking at your consumables, and you're in good shape. Subject to your concurrence, we'd like to extend the duration of the EVA 15 minutes from nominal. We will still give Buzz a hack at 10 minutes prior for heading in. Your current elapsed time is 2 + 12, over.
And that means Buzz would have to start back in at about...
Okay, that sounds fine.
Roger, out.
Flight experiments, while they're out there with the camera, we do have time to get a picture of the bubble. Is he still there? Roger, he's still in the vicinity. I haven't seen him come back from the side of the TV yet. You can try it if he hadn't left it. Got the camera.
212 is the time expended on the PLSS.
This is Houston. If you're still in the vicinity of the PSE, could you get a photograph of the ball level? Over.
I'll do that, bud.
Right, we'll get a photograph of that. Houston, what time would you estimate we could allow for the documented sample? Over.
Stand by. FAO. Approximately 10 minutes. Pardon? Approximately 10. Approximately 10, Capcom. Capcom. Approximately 10.
Say again, sir?
Approximately 10 minutes.
I believe the ball is right in the middle now.
Wonderful. Take a picture before it moves.
You only best? He asked what would we estimate for the document, and we're estimating about 10 minutes.
Neil, this is Houston. We're estimating about 10 minutes for the documented sampling. Over.
Ecom flight, did you get your message to Capcom? Yes, flight did. Okay.
So
you got a message for Columbia? Roger. On battery charge.
Flight network, we have good E7 data.
Okay.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston, Columbia.
Roger, I'd like you to terminate charging battery Bravo at 111, plus 15, over.
Coming out right now.
Roger. Buzz, this is Houston. You've got about 10 minutes left now prior to commencing your EVA termination activities, over.
Termination activities, over.
Roger, I understand.
Experiments. Go ahead. Roger, we've uncaged, working well, say a lot of short period seismic activity. Short period Z. You want to pass it up? Yeah, you can tell them we're seeing some info on that.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. The passive seismic experiment has been uncaged, and we're observing short period oscillations in it, over.
Go. 226 in the bottom ladder.
About an hour and 50 minutes.
Okay, so we got to start him in now. He's got 9 minutes. Okay, we're supposed to give him 10 minutes prior to the bottom of the ladder, right? Yeah.
Okay, we gave him a 10-minute.
Okay. Yeah, but he can utilize that 10 minutes as long as it's at the bottom of the ladder. Yeah, he understands that, right? Okay, yeah, sure. Econ Flight. Flight Econ. Did you get the battery charge off? Yes, the battery charge was terminated and everything looks good for LOS flight. How about you, GMC? Everything looks good, flight. We're good. Roger. Telcom, how are you? We're looking good, flight.
In the foreground, Buzz Aldrin is collecting a core tube sample.
I hope you're watching how hard I have to hit this into the ground to the tune of about 5 inches, Houston.
Roger.
Experiments flight. It's almost 2 core tubes in the solar winds. What you want? Experiments.
Got it. Sample.
Experiments. Give me an answer. 2 core tubes in the solar wind. Roger. Okay.
Wait a minute. Yeah, got the cable again.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. We'd like you to...
You're right. You're right.
That's it?
Not quite.
Neil, this is Houston. We'd like you all to get 2 core tubes and the solar wind experiment. 2 core tubes and the solar wind, over.
Roger.
The core tubes provide material.
Go. We have seen the core samples as he was taking those on the seismic data. If possible, sometime in the next couple minutes before he comes in, if he can get a little jump, which he was planning on doing at one time as he left the PSC, we'd like to have it. A jump? Roger. Let's let him get through to what he's trying to do.
Buzz, this is Houston. You have approximately 3 minutes until you must commence your EVA termination activities, over.
Roger, understand.
Columbia, this is Houston. Approximately 1 minute to LOS, over.
1 minute.
Columbia, roger.
And do you plan on commencing your sleep on the backside this pass? If so, we'll disable uplink to you while we're talking to the LEM, over.
Capcom flight. Good flight. After we get this core tubes and the solar wind, if we can get anything else into that box within the time.
Houston, were you able to record in a documentary way where the 2 core tube samples were taken?
Do we experiments?
Negative.
Tell them what I said, Capcom. Yes, we want to...
I didn't get a stereo pair of those groups, but they are right in the vicinity of the solar wind.
You said anything else they can get in the box? That's right.
Neil, this is Houston. After you've got the core tubes and the solar wind, anything else that you can throw into the box would be acceptable.
Columbia.
I do. Cap was right.
I got the cap.
Got the cap?
They both got caps on around.
Okay.
And you want to pick up some stuff and I'll
Get these receptacles.
throw the solar wind in.
EMU flight. Go ahead, flight. How you doing? We're real fine, flight. You know, we had a little extra lifetime there. Okay, Sergeant Flight, how are you? Doing fine, Flight, Sergeant.
Buzz Aldrin retrieving the solar wind experiment.
Buzz, this is Houston. It's about time for you to start your EVA closeout activities.
Capcom Flight. Go ahead, Flight. Who gets the film?
Roger.
Buzzer needs.
On the close-up camera? Roger, I'm looking
They've
now.
been on their life support system. On their life support systems, 2 hours and 25 minutes.
How about film magazine?
And Neil gets that too.
So he gets the stereo cassette and the film magazine?
Roger.
Well, like the ZVA, the LMP is supposed to help him get that cassette and put it in his pocket for him, so he doesn't have to fumble with it trying to get it in his pocket. Okay, where's the LMP? I think the LMP's at the Mesa.
Remind him of the close-up camera mag.
Affirm.
Yeah. Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. I'd like to remind you of the close-up camera magazine before you start up the ladder, Buzz. Camera magazine before you start up the...
Okay. Got that over with you, Neil?
Now that close-up camera's underneath the Mesa, I'll have to pick it up with the knock. And I'm picking up several pieces of really vesicular rock out here now.
You didn't get anything in those environmental samples, did you?
Not yet.
I don't think we'll have time.
No, they don't have time for that, Capcom.
Press on with the close-up camera and close up.
Yeah, let's get Buzz started closing out.
Roger, Neil and Buzz. Let's press on with getting the close-up camera magazine and closing out of the sample return container. You're running a little low on time.
Roger.
We want to keep a good margin in those portable life support systems.
Okay, can you quickly pick this from my pocket, Neil, and I'll head on up the ladder.
Capcom Flight.
Good, Flight.
What Buzz just say?
He asked me if the close-up camera film in his pocket and he'd head up the ladder. My flight plan shows, right.
Out there, Phil. Take it. Hold it right there. Okay, let the pocket go.
Stop there.
Got it.
Okay. Adios, amigos.
Hey.
Anything more before I head on up?
Could we get the ladder? One jump, please. Up the ladder, Capcom.
Negative. Head on up the ladder, Buzz.
Yeah, head on up, Buzz.
That white dot right above the horizon on the right is a phosphorus spot from the TV converter in the Park Station in Australia.
EMU flight. Go ahead. How's it going?
Okay. You got the solar wind rolled over there?
Right, that's it right there.
Okay.
I think you can reach this hook that's hanging over here. You might entertain the idea of sending up the second one that way.
Okay.
Get the film off of that.
Oh well. Set up now.
Okay, I'm heading on in.
Okay.
And I'll get the LEC already. Starbucks.
Telcom, control flight. Go flight, watch your switches and circuit breakers now. Roger.
Neil's been on the surface a few minutes longer than 2 hours. Buzz, approximately 20 minutes less than that.
Neil, this is Houston. Did the Hasselblad magazine go up on that sample return container also?
Sample return container also. I've got the Hasselblad magazine hooked to the SRC now, yeah.
Roger.
Flight, we're right on now, as EVA. Say again? We're right on the timeline with that plus 15. Ecom GNC flight. Flight Ecom? Okay, well, Mike's on the backside now. Let's get everything in order. Configuration for sleep on CSM. Roger, flight.
Ready to send up the LEC?
Yeah, just about.
Okay, that's got it clear.
Transferring the sample containers into the LIM cabin now.
Uh-oh. Camera came off. I mean, the film pipe came off.
Okay, just ease it down now. Don't pull so hard on it. All right, let it go.
Flight surgeon. Go, surgeon. Yeah, we feel like it's CDR has been above heart rate here for a sufficient period of time. We ought to ask him to slow down and rest.
You want an EMU check? Okay.
Yes, sir.
This one's on flight. Let's get an EMU check on the commander.
Neil, this is Houston. Request an EMU check, over. Houston, EMU check, over.
Roger, got 3.8. And I got 54 on the O2 and no flags. And my flow is in.
Flight experiments, go. Lick observatory, dig, get a return on the laser. Roger.
You want to pass that one up, Flight?
Negative.
The Lick Observatory in California reports a return on the laser.
Good, Bud. No response necessary, but we're in good shape on consumables on CDR.
Roger, how about Buzz?
Same story.
Neil and Buzz, for your information, your consumables remain in good shape. Out.
In good shape. Roger. That's coming, Neil.
Okay, I've got one side hooked up to the second box, and I got the film back on.
Okay, good.
Why, that film from on the LEC is kind of falling all over me while I'm doing this.
Well, that's good, huh?
It looks like down here.
I think my watch stopped, Neil.
Hit it.
Flight EVA, go.
We haven't heard anything about Buzz doing anything about the sequence camera up in the spacecraft. I don't know whether it's worth mentioning or not, but it might be. He needs to put a new mag on and get some pictures of the LEC operation. I don't know if he is or not.
If you can just kind of hold it, but I think I can do the pulling.
Okay. Stand by a minute. Let me move back.
Okay, easy. All right, easy on the hatch now. Okay, I'll get it the rest of the way.
Flight surgeon, you should still continue to say again? Oh, and you should still continue to take it easy.
Yeah, a little more.
This is the hardest part.
I know it.
Two hours, 40 minutes on the PLSSs.
Those? Okay, it's unhooked. How about that package out of your sleeve? Is that? No. Okay, I'll get it when I get up there. Ready now? Yes, sir. Okay? Okay.
Flight EVA, if they drop that mag, they ought to get it. Did they get that mag, Capcom?
Neil, this is Houston. Did you get the Hasselblad magazine?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
We got about, I'd say 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples.
Houston, roger. Well done. Out.
The second box.
Unofficial time off the surface at 1:11:37:32.
Now start arching your back. That's good. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. All right, arch your back a little, your head's up again. Yep. Out, off, roll right just a little bit. Okay, now. And in good shape. Thank you.
Calcom flight.
I'm bumping now. Now you're clear. You're rubbing up against me a little bit. Okay. Turn. All right, that's right. Turn to the left.
Calcom flight.
Go flight.
What's your channel, please?
Channel 32. I'll move your foot and I'll get the hatch. Okay. Okay, the hatch is closed and latched. And verified secure. Okay.
Is pressure ready? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Repress open flight. Cabin coming up.
Roger.
Cabin pressure coming up.
Real quick, Clint. MPAD would like us to have support one more sighting if it's all right with you. We haven't seen it 3 times. That's probably flight. That's why they'd like to try this one last one. What new data do we have? Oh, just MPAD size. Well, do we have a new set of coordinates? Yes.
4 lower
And what we'd like to
PSI.
do is upright the statement to Columbia as soon as he pokes around the hill and reading this data. Explain me that one more time.
Hey, you're supposed to be getting some sleep in here somewhere.
No, not yet, Captain. FAO flight.
Go flying.
Check your flight plan for Columbia from this point on, will you?
Show the cabin at 4.8.
Our flight plan for at this point on, Columbia goes to sleep the same time the limb guys do.
That's what I thought.
That's right. Flight Telcom cabin pressure is up.
Roger.
We're running about an hour later than this flight plan.
Okay, FIDO flight, get all your data together. We'll try it one more time. Roger, thank you, flight. FAO, will you get the information together?
Roger, flight.
GNC flight? Flight GNC. We okay on consumables or on propellant?
That's affirmative, flight.
Okay.
LAM's systems look good. Crewmen should now be transferring back to Tranquility Base's environmental control system, and later we'll switch to the vehicle's communication system. We estimate it'll be another 10 to 15 minutes before they're on the LAM communication system.